Sana mchoke bure, tafuteni viti mkae, na ningoja nirudi chini peweni soda mkunywe. Tangoja sana mchoke bure, tafuteni viti mkae. Tunazidi kwenda juu, kwenda juu sana, kwenda juu. Tunazidi kwenda juu, from glory to glory, kwenda juu. Tunazidi kwenda juu, kupanda juu sana. Tunazidi kwenda juu, from glory to glory, kwenda juu. Tafuta kazi uache wivu, wivu ni sumu itakumaliza yo. Jiulize swali.
2. So
sound check 1 2. Sound check. Sound check.
sound check. Good.
Niwe milimani ama mabondeni, utukuke, 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 utukuke.
Now hear this.
Nilipotea gizani, njia ilikuwa haionekani, na nilikosa matumaini, machozi mengi yalini
please kindly make sure that you recognize or you get the details of your visitors from different counties that might have attended the function, so that we give them the recognition that they deserve. Thank you very much. DJ, take it over.
Yes, Mwami wa Uchenyawo, Papa wa Mwikulu. Yes, Mwami wa Uchenyawo, Papa wa Mwikulu. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Omwami wanje, niwe ingabo yanje. Abana bomulungi ziba sabasabata. Ane khatowe beye mzimba tito. Jenanga no mulembe, omwami wemirembe. Omwami wanje, iwe ingabo yanje. Abana bomulungi ziba sabasabata. Zolande khatowe beye mzimba tito. Jenanga no mulembe, omwami wemirembe. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Tata mwami weru mwikolo mwitsanga mbeli wowo litoko leno. Kusala ngari kusandisa kwitse mbeli wowo. Nukumona asante sana mwami. Kumakoba kokolanga. Itsanga mbeli wowo. Tata mwami wa mirembe. Itsanga mbeli wowo mwami. Salanga uninde. Lero mwami. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Ubira byosi. Yesu, Mwami wale wa Uchenyawo, Papa wa Mwikulu. Ubira byosi. Yesu, Mwami wale wa Uchenyawo, Papa wa Mwikulu. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje. Yesu, Yesu, Mwami manyala byosi. Polisi nyangaise, polisi nyabana banje.
key stakeholders, and delegates that found it kind to grace this occasion. They were even seated earlier than most of the members. I will start by recognizing Chief Officer, Public Service Management, Nairobi County Government, Madam Janet Opiata Omolo. A clap for her. Thank you, Madam, for finding it kind to attend Lapfund, the 14th Annual General Meeting. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the CEO, WASPA. WASPA in full stands for Water and Sanitation Providers Association of Kenya. Mr. Anthony Yoroba for attending this occasion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the Chair, County Public Service Board of Samburu and his team, Dr. Jonathan Lipora, for finding it time to be with us here today. You are appreciated, Dr. Let me also recognize the presence of Madam Elima Ciala, CEO, Kwale County Public Service Board, for making it all the way from Coast to Kisumu. Thank you, Madam, and we honor your presence. I would also like to recognize the presence of Madam Irina Nyango, representing the CEO, SOCAT. SOCAT stands for the Society of Clerks at the Table. We recognize your presence, Madam, and we appreciate you so much. Let me also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the County Secretary of Bungoma, Mr. William Nasongo, for finding time to be here and coming with your staff in large numbers. Let me also recognize the presence of Richard Ayore, Director Administration, representing the County Secretary of Kilifi County Government. Thank you for finding it time to be here. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize Michael Ngwala, the Clerk, Kilifi County Assembly, for making it. Feel welcome, brother. Let me also recognize the presence of Mr. Alfred Mlowa, Chair Board, County Public Service Board of Taita Taveta, and coming with all his entire commissioners, 5 of them, and not leaving behind the CEO, Mr. Peter. We appreciate you so much for making it to this occasion. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Speaking before you is Milewa Kennedy. I work for Lapfund, heading the marketing team. Second notice still goes to Lapfund staff outside there. Please mobilize the members and have them come to the hall. Next recognition goes to the unions. Kenya County Government Workers Union, to this place. And Bomet, I know I did give you a recognition, but let me take this opportunity to recognize you again. David Rono, Secretary, Kenya County Government Workers Union, Bomet branch. To Lapfund ushering team, organize, make sure you of all the guests and all the unions and all the guests so that we recognize them. DJ, take it over. DJ. At this juncture, let me introduce the representative of the hotel where we are holding this conference, this AGM today, to give us some housekeeping rules. She will introduce herself and tell us where the washrooms are, what we need to do in case of fire, and all that. Karibu, madam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Have we had tea? Anybody who has not had tea? Please show by raising your hand. We have more than enough to eat. The CEOs, the board members, the stakeholders, members of the stakeholders of Lapfund, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to Ciala Resort. Thank you very much for choosing us. We are a resort based within Kisumu City. You're seated on 35 acres of land, And where we are seated today, on my right-hand side, there is Entada room, Entada Conference Center. We have washrooms, we have ladies, and then we have gents. We also have a washroom for persons who are differently abled. So please feel very comfortable. Allow me to take us through security protocols. We have around 35 security team within the building. Today we have the support of Kenya Police through the OCS, Kisumu. Therefore, you're very safe. We also have fire exits on your left, on your right. We have fire we have fire points right at Entada, where we can also be able to gather. We still have breakfast that we are serving on behalf of the general manager of the resort, Mr. Johannes Odhiambo. My name is Brenda. I'm the HR for the resort. We sell comfort, so we want to make sure you're very comfortable. Please, in case you feel uncomfortable, you are unwell, we have St. John's ambulance right outside the hall. However, we also have a doctor on call, Dr. Eli. In case you're feeling unwell, please let us know. And you have a prescription you'd like to take, please let us know so that we don't overprescribe. Having said that, we have a nurse on call. In case of anything, please let us know. When we are leaving this place for lunch, our lunches will be served right outside. We have tents. We'll have an ushering team to show us where we are having lunch. We have a set station for the VIPs, for the VVIPs, and for every stakeholder, because you're very, very important, please do not leave the gate with an empty stomach. Our role here is to make sure you're comfortable. Having said that, we have a chief security officer that is based within the resort. So in case of security concerns, please let us know. We have parking lots. I want to believe you are assigned to different parking lots. Having said that, please make sure that your vehicle is locked and secure. We will offer you the best. We will do what we possibly can to make sure you're comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a happy stay and enjoy your conference ahead. Thank you very much.
Kiambu County Government Workers Union, feel welcomed. Nyandarua County Government Workers Union, feel welcomed. Let me also recognize Mr. Balala, Chair even former councillors are still contributing to Lapfund. We appreciate you so much, and we recognize you, our leaders. Thank you so much. Feel welcomed to this 14th Lapfund AGM. Thank you. DJ. Mr. Kizito Wangalua, Director Committee, representing Council of Governors. We appreciate your presence in the House. We have the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Pharmacists and Dentists Union South Rift, Dr. Mukama. We recognize your presence. We also have KUNOPET, Kenya Union of Primary Education Teachers, headed by Mr. Bernard Kayeri, Viga branch. We recognize your presence today. And we also have Mr. Henry Gichana, branch secretary, Nyamira County Government Workers Union. We do recognize your presence. Then Machakos County Government Workers, headed by the union, Patonila Willie, you have come with your large team. We recognize the presence of Machakos County, and also Machakos County Assembly for joining the executive in gracing this occasion. Feel appreciated. Thank you. DJ. prayer so that we start our program. I will also recognize.
Today, we are here because our monies, our retirement package have been invested in Lapfund. So we are looking forward kutoka miji mbalimbali. Baba, kwa mapenzi yako tumekusanyika hapa siku ya leo ili Baba tuweze kujadili, tuweze kusikiza, tuweze kuelimishwa na kujua yale yote ambayo yameweza kufanyika kuwekeza pesa zetu za uzeeni. Baba, tunashukuru viongozi wote ambao wako mahali hapa. Tunashukuru board ya Lapfund wote ambao Baba kwa hekima kubwa Baba wamechukua usukani wa kuweza kulinda maisha yetu ya uzeeni. Baba, kawawezeshe. Siku ya leo Baba, tunapozungumza mahali hapa, tunaita uwepo wako ukae nasi, utuongoze. Takapofika tamati, sifa na utukufu mfalme wa ajabu tutakuregeshea. Haya machache tumeomba katika jina la Yesu Kristo aliye Bwana na mkombozi wetu. Amen. Na sote tuseme amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barasa. At this juncture, I'll turn my attention to the DJ to give us the national anthem. Just the first stanza, and then the East African national anthem, the first stanza. DJ, when you are ready, give me a signal so that we may all rise. You ready? May we all be on our feet, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. We may take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it's my privilege to invite Lapfund Corporation Secretary, Madam Velma Okoth, to take us through the next phase of our program. Velma, kindly come to the podium and take it over.
Good morning, members, all protocols observed. Good morning. Mr. Chair, the notice convening this AGM was duly issued to all members on 5th May 2025. I wish to confirm that it was issued in accordance with all the relevant laws. So with your permission, I will now proceed to read the notice. A notice is hereby given that the 14th Annual General Meeting of the Local Authorities Provident Fund will be held on Tuesday, 27th May 2025 at Ciala Resort, Kisumu, starting at 9 a.m. The theme for this meeting is Securing Your Future Today. I'll proceed to read the agenda for this notice. Agenda number 1 will be reading of the notice convening this meeting. Number 2 is confirmation of minutes of the 13th Annual General Meeting. Agenda number 3 is trustees' report. Number 4 is scheme administrators' report. Number 5 I beg your pardon. I'll repeat agenda number 4, which is the scheme administrators report. Agenda number 5, report on the audited accounts for the year ending 30th June 2024. Agenda number 6 is report on investment. Agenda number 7, custodial report. Agenda number 8 will be questions and answers. All sponsors and members are invited to attend today's AGM. The notice is duly signed by the CEO, Mr. Bernard Mbogo. Mr. Chair, having read the notice, we can now convene the business of the day. With the consent of the members present, we had circulated the minutes. I believe all members have looked at the minutes because we intend to dispense with the reading of the minutes to save us time. But in the event any member has an issue with the minutes, may we please know? Members, have we all looked at the minutes? I will give us a few minutes just to look at the minutes. The minutes are in your bags. If you don't have a copy of the minutes, I'll give us a few minutes to just look at those minutes. Members, have we looked at the minutes? Anyone with any issues arising out of the minutes? I take note and may it go on record that no one has any issues relating to the previous minutes. So, Chair, with the consent of all the members present, may we take the minutes as read? Since we are taking the minutes as read, could we then have, we need to confirm the minutes, so we'll have a proposer and a seconder to take and record those minutes as read. Any proposers to enable us confirm the minutes? Any proposer? This. Could we have a mic, perhaps? For record purposes, you will tell us your name and where you come from before you propose the minutes.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Mfuko from Taita Taveta County Public Service Board. I propose.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Any seconder? Let's do some gender. Milewa, there is a lady.
Oh, okay.
Allow us to have some gender balance, kindly.
I, Alice Wafula, Director Culture, Bungoma County. I second.
Thank you, Alice Wafula. Mr. Chair, with the proposal and the secondment, I hereby confirm that the minutes of the previous AGM are confirmed as a true and accurate record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Velma, for that. Just before the next item on the agenda, let me recognize the presence of the Speaker, Kitui County Assembly, for finding it kind to grace this occasion. He was with us yesterday when we were doing our strategic plan launch. And feel welcome, Speaker, for gracing this occasion. Thank you, Chair. At this juncture, it is my privilege to welcome the Chairman, Board of Lapfund, Honorable Johnson Osoi, to give his remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bwana Milewa. It's very nice to see all of you. I know our chief guest is still on his way, but my fellow colleagues, Board of Trustees of Lapfund, the Chief Executive Officer of Lapfund, Mr. Mbogo, Lapfund staff, members and stakeholders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari zenu? Karibuni sana. Before I proceed, I work with a board of trustees. These are my colleagues who are the apex of this Provident Fund or this scheme on policy matters, and therefore allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce my colleagues at the Board of Trustees who are the ones looking after your resources, because legally speaking, the trustees are the owners of the scheme on your behalf. So you have entrusted the board to do that, and the work is implemented by management. So with me, my colleagues, please, Board of Trustees, all of you, then I will introduce you. Or do I start from the gentleman in my far right, Mr. Samuel Maina, aka Maina wa Limuru. Yeye ni chairman wa Investments and Strategy Committee. Next to him, the lady in blue is, and never mind, men are colorblind, so I hope that dress is blue, you know. Her name is Christine, yeah? You're telling me it's not blue? It is? Okay. Christine Kibet is a chairperson of the Audit Committee of the board. Thank you very much. Next to her is Miss Millicent. I said her, I didn't say him, Mr. Roba, Honorable Roba. Millicent Nyaboke is a member and the chairperson of the HR committee of the board. Thank you very much. Next to her is the Honorable Roba Duba. Watetezi wa wanyonge katika counties ama wafanyikazi wa counties. Secretary General of County Governments Workers Union, and so he represents you in this board and is also the chairperson of the Asset and Finance Committee of the board. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Next to him, in a Lapfund shirt, is the CEO of Lapfund, who is a member of the board by virtue of office. His name is Bernard Mbogo. This is a CEO. Thank you very much. Then, please, honorable ladies, and you face them so that, yes, the lady in a colored, very colored dress, the Honorable Beatrice Cones. The Honorable Beatrice Cones is member of the board. Thank you very much. Then Ms. Halima Omar, member of the board. Thank you very much. Then the rep from National Treasury, the PS rep. Principal Secretary basically is a member of this board, but ordinarily a Principal Secretary sends a representative, or they are called the PS alternate, is Ms. Geraldine Ciala. A round of applause for my board of trustees. Mbona ama hamukupewa chai? Asante. That sounds like it. Thank you very much. I hope our management gave you some tea, those of you who came early. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and privilege to address you today at the 14th Annual General Meeting of the Local Authorities Provident Fund, Lapfund, taking place here in these serene surroundings of Kisumu County. By the way, Kisumu, and I'm very, very happy, we will still let the governor and his team know when they arrive, and those county government employees who are here, congratulations, thumbs up. Kisumu was voted second cleanest city in East Africa after Kigali. So Kisumu makes the rest of us, depending on where we come from, look like jokers. So we will come to Kisumu to benchmark. I don't mean Lapfund, I mean county governments. So I thank each one of you for taking time to attend this important occasion. As we reflect on our journey over the past year, by not only assessing our performance, but also forging ahead to a future full of opportunities and responsibilities. On behalf of the Board of Trustees and management of Lapfund, I warmly welcome you all and convey our sincere appreciation for your continued trust, engagement, and partnership in our shared mission. Your Excellency, Deputy Governor of Kisumu County is here. Dr. Willie is here, and he walks in when I was just showering praises to Kisumu County government. So good to have him here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm waiting for Chief Guest to take his seat. Thank you very much for coming, Your Excellency. Dr. Willie, and for the benefit of members, we still had His Excellency the DG preside over our launch of the strategic plan last night, and he's still here, and we can't thank you enough for finding time to be with us. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight a few milestones achieved in the year under review. Number one, our performance overview. The 2024-2025 financial year was one of resilience, growth, and strategic recalibration for Lapfund. Despite a challenging macroeconomic environment marked by inflationary pressures, currency volatility, and global geopolitical uncertainties, the fund demonstrated a commendable growth. Our assets under management increased to 66.32 billion Kenya shillings, representing a 6% annual growth. We maintained positive investment returns, guided by a balanced portfolio strategy and a prudent asset allocation. Our investments across real estate, fixed income, and equities were informed by robust risk management and aligned with our fiduciary duty to preserve long-term value. Number two, we are pleased, our members, to report to you that a 15% growth in membership, bringing the total numbers and operational integrity. Members' contributions rose to 8.6 billion. It is a long figure, 8.6 billion. A testament to the fruitful collaboration with county governments, water companies, and other devolved entities. We continue to expand our reach through targeted sensitization, digital onboarding, and strategic institutional partnerships. Our trustee development program has also been enhanced with a focus of capacity building in areas such as environment, social and governance integration, ESG integration, and ethical leadership. Number four, strategic initiatives and innovation. During the 2024-2025 financial year, we continue to implement our strategic plan, which plan was for 2022-2027, recording significant progress across key pillars. One such pillar is digital transformation. We successfully launched a modernized member portal and a mobile application to improve access to pension information and self-service options. This is the trend, and this is where the world is headed, so that at the comfort of your home or your office seat or wherever, you are able to interact with Lapfund in terms of your contributions and your statements digitally. Number two is real estate developments. Projects in Nairobi and Kisumu progressed steadily in the year under review. Notably, phase one of the Lapfund Makasembo Affordable Housing Project in Kisumu is nearing completion. It is an iconic landmark of, ladies and gentlemen, your scheme has changed the sky or the landscape of Kisumu City. As you arrive, Makasembo project is such a serious flagship project. And I must, with the permission of the chief guest, take this opportunity to bring you greetings from Baba. Yesterday, we had the privilege of paying him a courtesy call to invite him to come over, accompanying His Excellency the President on Saturday, to come and hand over the completed phase 1 of the Makasembo project. And he greeted you, and he will see you on Saturday. Mumepokea? Asante. Asante. The next item is customer experience. Member engagement and service turnaround times improved remarkably, guided by our enhanced Lapfund cares and service charter. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to recognize that while we celebrate our achievements, we remain mindful of the challenges that persist, because we are not saying that within the year under review, Lapfund is devoid of challenges. Key among these are delayed remittances, which we will not tire from letting our members know that it is a challenge by a few employers. There are, of course, employers that are going out of their way to make sure that we get the remittances on time, but there are few that are delayed. And we also have a challenge with low awareness of pension benefits among younger members of society or our public services in the county. Many of them think we don't know a lot, they know more. So you tell them to save and they wonder for who at this age. They just want to spend the money now, buy very high-speed vehicles, and hang out over the weekends. So it is important that we sensitize them to know that they will be as old as us, if not older, someday, and they will need the pensions. Going forward, our strategic priorities will include strengthening member education and financial wellness initiatives, diversifying the investment portfolio with an emphasis on sustainable and green assets, deepening alignment with global best practices, and evolving policy and regulatory frameworks. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to my fellow trustees for their steadfast commitment and diligence. I also commend our Chief Executive Officer and the entire Lapfund management team for their exemplary leadership and professionalism. To our valued members, employers, regulators with the RBA here present, our partners, we have a couple of partners who are here with us today. You are all the cornerstone of our success. We thank you for your unwavering support and your collaboration. Together, we are building a future where every member can retire with dignity and peace of mind. Thank you for listening to me. May God bless you all. May God bless Lapfund family. And may God bless our beloved country, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that wonderful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at your program, the next in line, and I'm privileged to invite him to come and address the congregation. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the CEO, Lapfund, Mr. Bernard Mbogo. A clap for Mr. Bernard Mbogo as he comes to give his remarks. Welcome.
Wana Lapfund, hoye. Sijasikia vizuri. Wana Lapfund juu. Nione. Kumbe mmekuja kwa wengi eh? Asante sana. Thank you so much. Mine will be very short. Introduce David, wengine management team, Rahab, wana Lapfund, hoye. Tunangojea akuje bana. Wamefika wote. Thank you so much. Chair and chief guest, board members. This is a team of Lapfund that today that is steering Lapfund. Without this team, we cannot be here. We won't even have been here if they were not here. So I wish to say that this team has really performed very well. From the report you got from the chair, which he led, the positions and how we are going to trend in the next few years is the matter of the team. This is a team that have come and coined all this. Ours is to supervise and to tell them they are doing the right thing. And so far, I think, in my own opinion, if I was to give them a marks, I would give them 100 out of 100. Without doing so much, I want to introduce themselves. Tupatie jina yako, tuseme what department.
Good morning, Lapfund members. I am Eric Otieno. I am the manager, investments and property management. Feel your funds are safe with Lapfund. You are welcome.
Good morning, members. My name is Veronica Owende. I'm in charge of member services at Lapfund.
Good morning, members. Galm Jaldesa, General Manager, Strategy and Planning.
Good morning, members. My name is Eric Obiero, Manager, Human Resource and Administration.
Milewa Kennedy is my name, heading the marketing division. It's a pleasure to be with you here today.
Good morning, members. Velma Okoth is my name. I'm the Corporation Secretary and General Manager, Legal Services. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, members. Karen Ayabe is my name. I'm the Manager, Legal Services. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, members. Linda Njero is my name. I'm the PA to the CEO. Karibuni.
Good morning, members. My name is Ken Odero, Manager ICT. Karibuni sana.
My name is David Medel. I'm the Manager, Internal Audit.
Good morning, members. My name is Rahab Nyakio. I'm in charge of benefits.
So, management report, which I will Eric to come and give us the report. Eric Otieno.
Distinct honor and privilege to address you today on the 14th annual general meeting of the Local Authority Provident Fund, known as Lapfund. On behalf of the management team and staff, I extend a warm welcome and deep appreciation for your continued support and engagement with the fund. As the scheme administrator, I am pleased to present to you a summary of the key highlights from our audited financial accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2024, as reviewed and certified by our Auditor General. So on the financial performance, ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenging macroeconomic environment, both locally and globally, Lapfund registered a resilient performance during the reporting period. The total assets under management grew to 66.3 billion, representing a 6% growth from the previous year, which was at 62.7 billion. Lapfund registered investment income of 1.2 billion, driven by diversified investment in various asset classes, such as the government bonds, the equities, the corporate bonds, and the deposits. Net return on investment recorded at 11.3%, exceeding our market benchmark of 8.2%, a commendable achievement under current market volatility. This performance reaffirms our prudent investment strategy and robust risk management framework. On the membership and contribution, the scheme active membership grew to 77,340, marking an increase of 15% from the previous year. We received a total contribution amounting to 8.6 billion, comprising both the employee and the employer portions. This steady inflow demonstrates sustained commitment by county government and contributing institutions. We continue to engage actively with employers to ensure full compliance and prompt resilience of outstanding and current contributions. Benefits and payouts. So during the period, Lapfund paid out Kenya shillings 5.1 billion in retirement benefits to eligible members and beneficiaries. We have also reduced the turnaround time for benefit processing to an average of 9 working days, in line with our service charter and commitment to member satisfaction. We are also streamlining the claims and exit process through digitalization and member sensitization. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the governance and compliance, the fund remained fully compliant with the RBA Act regulation guidelines issued by the RBA from time to time. The internal control, audit processes, and the board oversight have been strengthened to ensure transparency and accountability in the fund. Lapfund continued to comply with various governance policies, including the service charter, the investment policy, the risk management framework, whistleblowing, protection policy, human resource instruments, and policies with it. The strategies and initiatives. This year, Lapfund has taken significant strides in our strategic plan, 2024-2029, focusing on the digital transformation. We have launched the member self-service portals and mobile app, the real estate development. Lapfund is currently doing a mixed-use development on 2 projects. One is the Makasembo Estate by Lapfund and the Bellevue Park Residences in Nairobi County. Member education. Lapfund have engaged over 15,000 members whom we have reached through training and engagement forums across the country. Challenges and mitigations. Lapfund faced some challenges, including but not limited to the delayed remittances of contribution by some sponsors, volatile investment markets affected by the returns. Ladies and gentlemen, Lapfund had made several strides to ensure As these challenges are addressed, one of them is intensifying employee engagement and enforcement mechanism to settle the outstanding debts. Lapfund is also rebalancing its portfolio. Sorry for that. We are also exploring new investment vehicles with the RBA guidelines as required. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate you, RBA, our valued members, for your confidence in Lapfund. Your trust empowers us to manage retirement savings with diligence and integrity. In closing, I reaffirm our
report. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the next speaker, and through guest, chair of the board members, and Lapfund management, allow me to recognize the presence, one of our board members here, Honorable Robert Duba. So Kenya County Government Workers Union is very key in what we do day to day. And they have a representative. Robert Duba is the General Secretary. And allow me to call the name of the following members to stand and wave. Boaz Opio, National Chairperson, kindly stand. Tom Kangete, National Treasurer. Kevin Owango, Chief Administrative Officer. Charles Opio, First Signing Trustee. Abraham Mwangadi, Second Trustee. Abraham is not in the house? Thank you. Next union, Nile Union in a represent doctors and all medical practitioners. We have doctors in large number, choosing their Lapfund as their retirement scheme of choice. General Davji Atela ought to have been here, but it's actually outside the country. So he sent his deputy, Dennis Miskela, Dr. Dennis Miskela, please wave to the congregation. Kunun, Kenya National Union of Nurses. I'm trying to look behind if I can see their Secretary General, who also happened to a board member at Lapfund, Honorable Seth Panyako. But I know he's on his way coming. So he's on his way coming. We appreciate you so much for the support. And last, Kupet. Representative from Kupet. They have worked. Kupet? Do we have Kupet in the house? Please pass my greetings and recognitions to them. Having recognized those from many unions, allow me to invite the next speaker. If you check the program, after the scheme administrator's report, we are moving to the next item, that is giving us the auditor's general report. Allow me to invite Mr. Njoroge Waithima to give us the auditor general report. This is very key. It is the auditor who does the work of auditing, and when he comes and says Lapfund is worth 66 billion, the backstop with the government of the day. We are not hiring Milewa and Eric to do the auditing. It is the Auditor General giving us the more. Brother, welcome.
Distinguished guests, the chairman, members of the board, chief executive officer, management of Lapfund, distinguished stakeholders, and all members present. Good morning. So my name is Njoroge Waithima. I'm a director of audit in the office of the Auditor General. I'm in charge of the national treasury sector, where Lapfund falls. And therefore, we have done the audit of Lapfund, and it is my pleasure to present the report of the Auditor General for the year ended 30th June 2024. I will do it in a summary form. And the report is contained in the booklet that you are holding, page 42, Roman 42, XLII. You'll find the report there. And therefore, I may not need to go through the whole report. I'll just do a summary so that we can move forward. Page 42, Roman 42. So I now present the audit report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Local Authorities Provident Fund for the year ended 30th June 2024, which was signed on 30th September 2024 and issued an unmodified opinion. So members, I want to invite you to the report of the financial statements, and you can see the unmodified opinion, which means that the financial statements complied in all respects, and therefore the opinion was unmodified. And you'll see the summary there. In my opinion, the financial statement in all material respects, the financial position of Local Authorities Provident Fund as of 30th of June 2024, and of its financial performance and its cash flows for the year then ended, in accordance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, accrual basis, and comply with the Local Authorities Provident Fund Act 1960 and the Public Finance Management Act. So that is a clear opinion, and I think on behalf of the Office of the Auditor General, I congratulate for having attained that clean opinion. However, you will see we have an emphasis on matter paragraph on budgetary control and performance, and in a summary form, the fund had approved a revenue budget of 30,895,768 against actual comparable basis of 14,366,176, resulting in underfunding of Kenya shillings 16.5 billion, or 54% of the budget. However, the fund spent an amount of Kenya shillings 1.2 billion against approved expenditure budget of 1.3 billion, resulting in under expenditure of 46,550,000, representing a 4% of the budget. So members, basically, this is to do with the budgetary performance, how the fund performed in terms of budget and actual. So there was those variances which you have emphasized there. This is called an emphasis on matter, and it's not a. The details are included in the report. Number 2, failure to submit annual almanac to the State Corporation Advisory Committee. So we have also picked that as an issue to do with the compliance. Then lastly, under report of effectiveness of internal controls, risk management and governance, again we had 2 issues. Number 1, okay, number 1, I think I'm almost through, lack of functional board, and number 2, weaknesses in collection of long-term receivables from exchange transactions. So those are the 2 matters that were highlighted under internal controls and governance.
Dear members, that is our chief guest. It's being welcomed. Then when he has taken his seat, then the auditor, he will be introduced. Then he will continue. We'll continue the auditor's report. Just give us a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So I was concluding. The last section was on internal controls, and I had stated that we had two issues that we had noted. One of them was lack of a functional board. In the year that we audited, we noted that the board had some challenges in terms of composition. We are aware that now this has been addressed, so that was one of the issues that we had noted. Then number two was on weaknesses in the collection of long-term receivables from exchange transactions. And we noted that quite a number of dues had not been received. And that to us pointed to some sort of internal control issues. And moving forward, I believe this is an issue that we'll continue to track and see how management addresses this. So basically, that was the auditor's report. And as I indicated, it was signed on 30th of September 2024. And we were able to comply with the statutory requirements of reporting. The RBA Act requires that the financial statements are prepared and audited by that before not later than 30th of September 2024. So on behalf of the Auditor General, I wish to also thank management and the board for ensuring that this milestone was achieved. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, thank you. Can I get a good clap for the auditor? Before we move to the next item, it is my privilege to invite the chair, Honorable Osoi, to recognize our chief guest before we move with the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. Good morning. It is my privilege to introduce to you, although I will ask him to speak later, we have been joined by the CS, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning, FCPA, Honorable John Mbadi, who is the chief guest in today's meeting. Thank you very much. When we walked in, he asked me, kwani umenilete kwa rally? Because he seems to have a lot of supporters here. Waziri, karibu sana. We started on time. We thought it was necessary to just proceed with the program as it is. And we're joined by the Deputy Governor of Kisumu County, His Excellency Dr. Willie, among other dignitaries, and we are proceeding well. Thank you very much. I will be asking you to make your remarks shortly. I know you do not have much time, but at this juncture, it's just to welcome you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite fund managers. We have 3 fund managers. To the members and to the stakeholders, when we collect the money, your pension contributions, it is given to fund managers who are selected competitively. We are having 3 fund managers, Gen Africa, Africa Alliance, and ICA Lion, as 3 fund managers who competitively are allocated the contributions you remit to go and invest so that we get the return we declare at the end of the financial year. So we have those 3 fund managers, and I would like to invite Mr. James Ndegwa from ICLIN to give his report on behalf of the 3 fund managers that we have as a scheme. Mr. James, karibu.
Thank you, Bwana MC. It's actually John Ndegwa, not James Ndegwa. Thank you. Are we projecting the presentation? So CS Treasury, Chair of the Board, Board of Trustees, Deputy Governor, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is John Ndegwa, as said earlier. I'm a portfolio manager at ICLI on asset management. We are one of the 3 fund managers mandated to make investments on behalf of the scheme. My work today is to be the economist of the day, basically to give you sort of like the economic investment environment that we are operating in, the period we are reviewing. And to start us off, I wanted to look at GDP growth. So what this slide shows you is rate of annual growth of GDP. What you'll notice, 2022 was slightly lower. If you remember that year, there was a drought, and therefore the agricultural sector did not do so very well. If you know, the agricultural sector contributes around 20 to 25% of GDP. So when that one sector is not doing well, the overall number tends to be lower. You notice an improvement in 2023 to around 5%. Then we had favorable weather patterns, and therefore agricultural productivity improved, which helped the sector to grow, and we saw the overall number growing. Last year, we project that the economy grew by around 5.3 or 5.4 thereabout. Again, a much better performance rate compared to the year 2022. What we've also gone ahead to do is project and say, where do we think the economy is going to grow at for the next 3 years, between now and up until the elections. And the number we've averaged is around 5.3% for that period. Now for us, a growth of anything above 5 is considered to be relatively strong. Anything below 5 is obviously the economy is struggling. And you can see the World Bank, because these numbers are also in collaboration with the World Bank, you can see we're projecting much better growth, or rather the same relatively strong growth in the next 3 years. So if you look at the macroeconomic variables, they remain supportive of strong economic growth, which supports our thesis that the economy is going to grow in the right direction and within growth rates %. Now, if you go back 10 years, an inflation rate of between 3 and 4% is where we are normally at. Anything in the 7, 8 is fairly high. Therefore, I can confirm borrowing, Bwana CS was borrowing at fairly high interest rates. If you go back mid last year, as an investor, he was paying us around 16, 17, 18. As investors, we were fairly happy. And even for our fund, we have investments in the 16, 18%. But towards the end of last year, we saw the trend change. Interest rates began to come off. I don't know whether it's because when Bwana CS was appointed, but all the same, the direction changed. Now, the government is borrowing from us investors at around 13, 14. So there's a huge 3 to 4% improvement in terms of the cost of borrowing for the government, which means we are now at a slightly better debt sustainability path compared to where we were. If you remember, in 2024, there was a very big worry that Kenya would default on a Eurobond that we were supposed to pay in February, actually June of last year, but the government ended up paying it early, perhaps to show investors and the larger investment base that we are in a strong footing from a growth perspective. So the general summary of that slide is that interest rates are coming down in the year 2025, which is good for the government. For us investors, we are feeling a bit, we still wanted those 17, 18% type of returns, but we are still lending to the government at 13, 14. If you look at T-bill rates, last year, similar period, in May of last year, the shortest T-bill that the government offers, which is a 91-day or 3-month T-bill rate, was at 16.8 or thereabout. It's now fallen all the way to around 8%. Again, underscoring what the path, the fiscal consolidation path that the government, ideally led by CS Treasury, is trying to take. The other slide is on the currency. It's usually a very important element of the economy, how the currency is performing, particularly against the dollar. The dollar is the reserve currency of choice.
Dollar is the reserve currency of choice. Currency that is used in global trade. So how we perform against it is fairly something that we watch.
Towards, particularly between end of 2023 and mid-2024, when our currency, I think we had started 2023 at somewhere 105, 110. By the end of the year, we had gone to 140. Coming into 2024, it had gone all the way to 150, very close to 160. So that's in the economy, and we saw the Kenya shilling begin to do better. We moved from close to 160 to now we are around 129, and obviously it's commendable for the government for what they've done. Yeah. If you look at our reserves, again, this is one of the highest levels we've had. We had crossed $10 billion at some point, meaning as a country, we have enough dollar reserves to protect and cushion our Kenya shillings. In the past, they were fairly low, around 6 billion or thereabout, which was a very thin position to be in. So all in all, if you look at remittances, also something that is supporting our local currency. And also we've continued to get a lot of support from the World Bank and the IMF. I know Treasury has tapped into the Middle East part of the world, where we recently got a $1.5 billion loan from the UAE. So the summary of the slide is the Kenya shilling is expected to remain stable in the year 2025. Now, if you look at the investments that we make as the fund managers, we are predominantly in government bonds. Around 80% of the financial assets are in government bonds. We like bonds for two reasons. One, they're a good source of cash flow. Every 6 months, you're receiving some money. You use that money again to reinvest, and so on and so forth. So over a period of time, bonds are very good because they give you this cash flow. Again, we've come from 18, we are now at 14. We are still comfortable investing in bonds. Then the second asset that we invest in is equities. We have around, I think, 14% of our investments in equities. Last year was a very good year for equities. Shares did very well last year. Some stocks were up 40%, and as a scheme, we were invested in those, and we reaped the benefits of that. I beg to end my presentation at this point, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, John, for that fund management report. Our next presenter is the custodian. Custodian members here refers mali pesa zenu inaingia. Most county government munaona mnaangalia pesa KCB. So we are getting a report from our custodian, that is KCB Bank, to give his report, Mr. Paul Ngoma, if I get it right? Yes. Fairly. Thank you.
The CS Treasury, Bwana John Bandi, our chairman, Board of Trustees, Deputy Governor, Kisumu County, Board of Trustees, members, Lapfund, stakeholders, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Paul Ngomba from KCB Bank. I'll take us through the custody report. Mine is fairly just to ensure that the funds and all the investment of Lapfund are invested within the stipulated mandates and per the regulations. But before that, I'll just take us through who KCB is. We have around 38 million customers as the close of financial year 31st December 2024. Around 12,000 employees countrywide and outside our borders. We also have 594, and I'm sure within Kisumu we have several presence. We are also in Rwanda, Uganda, TZ, and Burundi, and also DRC Congo. And KCB as a group, we own the KCB Bank Kenya, where basically the Lapfund account sits. We also have the KCB Tanzania, KCB South Sudan, KCB Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, and several subsidiaries as KCB Bank Assurance, KCB Investment. Basically, KCB Investment does what the fund managers just reported. We also have KCB Asset Managers and all our property. In terms of experience as a custodian, we have been around since 2001 with more than 100 pension schemes, and Lapfund being one of them. We manage the NSSF fund, the judiciary, both DB and the DC, Capital Markets Authority, KPLC, Teacher Service Commission, Lab Trust, the Kenya National Hospital, and also now the other big fund, the superannuation, the Public Superannuation Fund. In terms of the license, as your custodian, we are licensed by the Central Bank of Kenya. That's a requirement, obviously being a bank. We also licensed by the RBA, the regulator, I'm sure they're in the house, for us to partake in the pension matters. Capital Markets Authority for us to participate in the trading. We are also regulated by the Capital Markets Authority, and we're also the agent of the CDSC as one of the custodians in this country. Members, our roles as custodian as stipulated in the RBA Act, I'll just give a brief of what basically we do. We keep your financial assets and the scheme servicing of the portfolio assets. What the fund manager does on a daily basis, all that investment pass through us as your custodian. We provide reports to your board. We recently had a board meeting with the investment committee, and we gave our reports for the 31st report, and numbers and how the fund has moved on. We also implement the investment instructions. So when the fund manager sends all the investment instructions, we ensure the settlement and tracking of all those investment and the member funds are credited the right accounts. And we also hold the documents of the scheme for all the securities that we invest in, and also the property and property, be it land and developed units. That's how we sit in terms of structure. We have the Lapfund Board of Trustees on top there, fund manager and administrator and custodian. And between ourselves as service providers, we also have what we call the service level agreements, just to ensure that in the day-to-day operation, the interest of the members and also the board interests are also taken care of as service providers. We've established how we relate in terms, and that has been put in what I'm calling the service level agreement. I had spoken about this. I said main responsibility is ensure safekeeping of assets, asset servicing. This is just collection of all the income that has been earned, be it the interest from the treasury bonds. These are the coupons, the dividends from quoted shares, interest that we earn from the fixed and call deposits. So we ensure collection of that, credit it to your accounts, and the fund manager again continues with the cycle of reinvesting these monies. We do reconciling of all these assets and ensure that all the information regarding these assets is held. We report to your trustees, like I earlier said, and also the regulators that I pointed out in one of my slides. So on monthly basis, we also give a report of the contribution that have been remitted, and this is filed with RBA. Just a confirmation, I wish to confirm the assets of the Lapfund are maintained under our safe custody. The investment of the funds were invested as per the fund manager's instructions, and I wish also to confirm that the assets of the fund were invested as per the RBA regulations. The assets are detailed in the audited financials ended 30th June 2024, and I'm sure you have the reports with you. We have ensured a robust internal control and risk management process to ensure that at the point of retirement, members, you have your funds. We don't want a scenario where you retire and we are faced with a situation where your custodian is not able to give you your monies back. So rest assured that all the proper and internal process and risk management have been put into place. We have signing mandates within all counterparties. Any instruction that come to me as a custodian, I have to confirm that with the management office through the Lapfund office, and also the fund managers, the three of them were appointed. We also have the periodic reconciliation and segregation of accounts. What do I mean by segregation? We have the accounts of Lapfund, the accounts of KCB, and I'll just say, in the event that today, God forbid, KCB didn't exist as an institution, you are assured of your funds, because we have these funds sitting separate. Basically, the fund closed at 8,699,800,530. That is without the property included. Members, thank you very much for listening to my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And thank you, delegates, for paying attentive. Just before we invite the next presenter, allow me to make 3 announcements. First, I would like to recognize the presence of the Vice Chair of PSSF, Public Service Superannuation Fund. Our brothers and sisters who are at the county government, I know you are in Lapfund or you are in Lap Trust. Our sisters at the national government, majority of them are saving with PSSF. Yes. Ile scheme ya wafanyakazi ya kila civil servant scheme, civil service scheme, changed the name in January 2021. It's now it's called PSSF, Public Service Superannuation Fund. Madam Agnes Mwendwa, we recognize your presence. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Members wanauliza statement. Hiyo statement inakuwa kwa screen. In this program you have been given, that program you are carrying, because I'm sure this was enough printed and you all have it. There's a code. There's a scan code. Imeandikwa hapo scan me at the bottom. Ukichukua hiyo simu yako and you go to the camera, just scan it. And the entire report you are seeing on the screen will be in your phone. Please, imeandikwa hapo, for more information on financial report, scan here. Just scan it. It's at the bottom of the program you are carrying in your hand. Then lastly, one of the delegates at the point of the registration, you left your notebook and a check. Na hii check ni ya mtoto. Inafaa upeleke school fee. I'm not saying which bank. There can only be one delegate left there. Please identify yourself at the registration desk so that you can collect your check and your notebook. It's meant for your son or your daughter's school fee. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the next presenter. That's addressed by the regulator. It's the regulator, that's the Retirement Benefit Authority, that ensure that we comply with all regulations and all laws. Please address the congregation. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Oluoch, and I'm representing our yesterday, but today has another engagement, and so he sent me to read out his speech on behalf of the authority. So I'll just read it verbatim. To the chief guest, Honorable CPA Mbadi, CS National Treasury, Deputy Governor, Kisumu County, the host county, Dr. Owili, our Chairman of the Board of Directors, Mr. Johnson Osoi, the CEO of Lapfund, all service providers, distinguished members and delegates, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am delighted to join you during this 14th annual general meeting of the scheme. Foremost, allow me to pass my appreciation to the Board of Directors and management of the scheme for this invitation, and at the same time, congratulate them on launching their new strategic plan. We look forward to collaborating to ensuring your membership have a dignified life at retirement. An AGM which is a regulatory requirement, affords members with an opportunity to engage with their trustees and service providers regarding the operations of the scheme. And in this forum, which are focusing on the operation of the scheme for the financial year ended 2024 June, is an opportunity for us as members to get that feedback. Allow me to commend the Lapfund for starting this culture of accountability to its members. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to shift focus to our sector which we regulate, that is a retirement benefit sector, and offer a perspective on our current position and the environment which we operate. First, it is important to appreciate that the retirement benefit sector is regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority, an institution that has been set up through an act of parliament. And over the years, we've seen a tremendous growth since our commencement in the year 2000. Who have come before here are also regulated by us just to ensure that they have the capacity and offer services that have been provided for with excellence. It has sort of inspired this confidence in the sector, and we thank you for your presence, which signifies the government's serious commitment to retirement benefit sector reforms and enhanced social protection mechanism. In view of this, allow me to just dig deep a bit on the sector reforms that the government is undertaking, and I'll focus on one of the key highlights and priorities of the government. This is the National Retirement Benefit Policy, which essentially gives guidance on how the government is approaching the sector and the intervention it is pursuing to ensure that its citizens live a dignified life in retirement. So the policy was developed under the National Treasury and was ratified by the Cabinet on 3rd November 2023 and subsequently launched on 29th August 2024 by the PS, Kipto. And in as far as the content is concerned, the government is trying to realize a retirement benefit system that is inclusive, sustainable, and responsive to the needs of all workers, both in the informal and formal sector. The policy aims to increase coverage and for all workers, harmonizing existing legal and regulatory framework, and also ensuring good governance and the diversification of interventions to manage the benefits payout phase. And we have seen also introduction of post-retirement medical benefits and housing sub-funds for members who save for retirement. So that is a vision that is prescribed within the policy. And there's an inflation matrix that has already been developed. And as I've indicated, we are already on course in terms of implementation over the next 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to note for you that some of the policy reforms that had been proposed within the policy have already been adopted, and key of them is the recent tax incentive brought by the Tax Law Amendment Act 2024 that increased the tax deductible contribution limit by 50%. That is from Kenya shilling tax exempted, so your port at the point of retirement is utilized 100% without any form of taxes, and all this through the leadership of the CS and our parent ministry. We also have noted support through the introduction of a tax deductible amount for the post-retirement medical fund, and this again is just to ensure that as we approach retirement, we are able to contribute some monies that will support us in paying for medical funds at retirement, and the government has provided for Kenya shillings 15,000 per month being tax deductible in respect to those who are saving funds towards the post-retirement medical. We are confident that the remaining reforms will gradually be implemented over the next 5 years, ushering in a new era of growth and transformation for the industries. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude my remarks by reiterating that as a regulator, we remain vigilant to the continuously shifting regulatory environment and will respond in a timely manner to any issues requiring our intervention. We assure you, as our esteemed stakeholders, of our commitment to continue fostering lasting relationship as we progress in building a better future for our members. So as I close, colleagues, we are not merely managing assets for the sake of, but we are securing futures. On behalf of our board of directors and the entire team of the Retirement Benefits Authority, I extend my sincere congratulations to the Lapfund for your performance and wish you all the best as you embark on your journey to implement your new strategic plan. We stand with you as we chart even greater heights in passion and transformation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Barbier. Thank you. I think we are doing so far, so good as per the program. If you look at the program, we are at that board chair, Honorable Johnson Osoi, to guide us through the next phase of the program. It's at this point when he will be inviting his guests to give their speeches. Welcome, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Milewa. Pigia yeye makofi. Amefanya kazi safi. The chief guest, who is also the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning, FCPA, Honorable John Badi, the Deputy Governor of Kisumu County Government, who is also representing the Governor, Dr. Willie, our Board of Trustees, our members, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at this point to, before I invite the chief guest to make his remarks, allow me to ask one of my colleagues from the Board of Trustees, with the permission of the chief guest, I will give the Honorable Robert Duba a minute, just a minute, to raise a few issues about which are affecting members of, or basically workers in the county governments. Honorable Robert Duba, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, my chair. The Honorable Minister, Waziri John Badi, the Deputy Governor Kisumu, who have been together with us since yesterday, and fellow board members, all members of the fund, members of the County Government Workers Union. Hamjambo! Hamjambo tena! Asante sana. Waziri, it's not my day. We transact business from the boardroom. But I want to take this opportunity of your presence to say 3 small issues that affect the pension scheme Lapfund as you steer us through the various challenges using your ministry, the law, and the procedures. Number 1, and I speak this following representations made by them to me as a representative. We sit in the board together with my brother Seth Panyako, representing members' interest. And the same with other, that the law allows to be appointed with other board members with whom we are working very, very well. A team of competent people, very competent. And I'm very happy about that for your appointment. Very selective, very clear, and it's on target. Now, for this fund, Waziri, allow me to mention 3, 4 things. 1, the major one, I will not talk about it. I'll just mention for the purpose of members' comfort to know that this is within your handling, that you are aware. That is debts outstanding. It's getting impossible. We can't work. 40 billion outstanding. We can't invest. How do you make money if it's not doing it? Why I will not talk about it is because you already said of this matter. You have worked on it. There's no minister. I have fought this, being the representative for the last 21 years about this debt. It's not moving. For the first time, a minister in Treasury has taken up this matter. Together with the Senate, one senator, I remember, Osotsi, who is the chairman of the Funds Committee. You know about it. You have supported us in this matter. And if we have to make a difference, if these people forever are to go home with the savings they have made meaningfully, then don't give that pursuit. Don't leave that pursuit. Pursue waziri. Na wanajua umeshikilia, na wanajua utatoa matokeo ambayo itakuwa mema sana kwa wafanyakazi. Please, we plead with you. I don't want to tell you more. You are already converted. You are working on it. That is one. Number two, this particular fund, we have two major funds in this category, the Lap Trust and Lap Fund. This fund is extremely disadvantaged because it has the tag of a parastatal. It's a state corporation. They cannot freely invest. My board members are here. Even small thing you have to apply to the national government, to Treasury, to Office of the President. And we are in business. We need to make money. We need to make money. If we find something profitable from there, we go and buy and sell it there, we should be allowed. This type of state corporation is putting us under shackles. We are not free. Waziri, this one is not extremely difficult with your experience in the center of government. And I know how you operate. I had the privilege of being in parliament with you. You are a great operator. Help us to get us a waiver from this state corporation. We are not saying we don't want to be subjected to rigors of government control. But you can tweak it in such a way that the fund is exempt from the certain provisions of state corporation. Even rather than going to the deeper aspect of law change and, you know, I think, Waziri, you can do it. You can do it. And I know you are willing. And I know you are able. You are a great guy. Do it for us. You know. The other point I want to make, two small points left. One, the Council of Governors representative, I'm sure he is here. Do we have the Council of Governors representative? Yes, how are you? You are Mr. Who? Kizito. Waziri, every governor, whenever there is a circle of election, of course we all come in and get out of power. Every governor who comes in, shift people from one fund to the other, without their authority, without asking them. Waziri, I want to tell you, kuna biashara inafanywa hapa, and I am not one representative of the Council of Governors. With all due respect to you, that is wrong. It's not proper. Kesho wafanyakazi wote wanaambiwa county secretary, head of HR, toa wote kwa Lap Fund, peleka kwa Lap Trust. Governor ngine anakuja anasema wacha Lap Trust, toa wote peleka. I think Waziri is not proper. It's not. It's not nice. Help us. And I know you can. And I know you can stop. You know, it's bizarre, Waziri. It's very unfair, very unfortunate. And it is happening every day, you can imagine. And then they don't remit. When they get money from Treasury, they pay everything else, the pensions wait. It's a very big problem. And finally, without boring you, because this is my constituency, you hear them. This is my constituency. There is the issue of the multi-agency, which the president addressed through the head of public service.
Only one comment from me on what my colleague has said, in knowing that different from other schemes, we are audited by the Auditor General. There are people who are government when it suits them, measures by the ministry, which does not, there are no shackles under which we operate, is to ensure that your money is safe. Having said that, the chief guest, allow me to invite the host governor With us is the Deputy Governor of the County Government of Kisumu, who has been gracious enough, Waziri, the DG has been gracious enough. He was with us last night to launch our strategic plan. And he's still here today to welcome us here in Dala. And I said before you came, Bwana DG, that we are very happy to be here in Kisumu, the second cleanest city in East Africa. And so it is my pleasure to ask you to make your remarks, Your Excellency. Bwana DG, please.
I want us to give a round of applause to my chair. Now, the governor of the county of Kisumu, Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, was meant to be part of this very useful engagement. Bwana Waziri is busy in a meeting at Naivasha, so he asked me to step into his shoes. So I'm basically representing the governor of the county of Kisumu here today. And so the following are the remarks of the governor of the county of Kisumu. The Honorable Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, my brother FCPA John Mbadi. Waru wake tumemkaribisha. Wapi sigalagala nduru ya John Mbadi? The chairperson of Lapfund Board of Trustees, my very good friend, the Honorable Dr. Johnson Osoi. The Chief Executive Officer of Lapfund, the county cabinet members present, and I recognize here Dr. Konyango of Lands, Housing, Physical Planning, and Urban Development, the very distinguished members of the Board of Trustees, representatives from the Council of Governors, Mr. Kizito Karibu Sana, County Executive Committee members present here today, chief officers present, esteemed members of Lapfund, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you here today at this annual general meeting of the local authorities pension trust, or what we famously call Lapfund, to welcome you to the county and to the city of Kisumu. On behalf of the county government, we extend a very warm welcome, Bwana Chief Guest, and this warm welcome is from the vibrant people of the county of Kisumu. Karibuni sana. We are also honored to host this crucial meeting, a testament not only to Kisumu's growing capacity as a premier conference destination, but more importantly, to the deep and enduring partnership between the county government and Lapfund. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, we are not just discussing numbers and financial reports. We are engaging in a conversation about the future of our public servants, the backbone of our society. The work that Lapfund does is vital, not only for the financial security of our retirees, but also for the overall health of our local governance systems. Lapfund holds a special place in the history and the future of public service in Kenya. For decades, it has been the bedrock of social security for the thousands of employees who have dedicated their careers to serving the citizens, first under the local authorities and now within our devolved county governments. The promise of a dignified retirement is a fundamental right and a key motivator for our public servants, and Lapfund is the primary custodian of the promise for so many in our country. Now, the advent of devolution brought with it both opportunities and responsibilities. As county governments, we became the band and a duty to work collaboratively with Lapfund's management and board to ensure long-term sustainability and growth. Here in Kisumu, Bwana Chief Guest, development agendas, Lapfund can play a critical role in financing housing projects for its members and the wider public, creating assets and addressing critical social need. Kisumu growth while generating stable returns for its members. In Kisumu, you can focus on the lakefront development agenda and of course the tourism sector, where we are building a modern convention center that will realign the tourism space in this region in the foreseeable future. Number 3 is what we call green investments. Aligning with our commitment to sustainability, we encourage investments in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and ecotourism, areas where Kisumu County is actively seeking partners. By investing strategically within the counties, Lapfund not only grows its members' wealth, but also directly contributes to the socio-economic transformation of every community that they serve in. To the esteemed members of Lapfund present here today, this is your fund. Your active participation in the AGM and in the governance of Lapfund is very crucial. Take keen interest in its performance, understand your benefits, and engage constructively with the leadership. Planning for retirement begins long before your last day in office, and understanding your pension scheme is a vital part of that planning. We, as your employers, are committed to supporting financial literacy initiatives and empower you to make informed decisions. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to reaffirm the unwavering support of Kisumu. I want to reaffirm the unwavering support of Kisumu County Government and indeed the Council of Governors here represented for Lapfund. We are committed to strengthening our partnership, ensuring the fund's stability, and exploring innovative ways to enhance members' benefits. I wish you a highly successful and productive annual general meeting. May your deliberations be truthful and fruitful, inspiring. May you leave Kisumu not only with the positive reports on your fund, but also with fond memories of our city's hospitality, which I invite you to sample very speak. And Robert Duba speak. And I think he spoke the language of the Lapfund members. And I am not qualified to speak for other county governments, but I want to commit for the county government of Kisumu. When I assume office as governor in 2027, the people of Kisumu who are members of Lapfund will have to make the decision, not the governor. But allow me also to say the following, Bwana Waziri. We have noted, ever since you assumed office, a big improvement in disbursements to county governments. Just yesterday, we received a schedule for the disbursement for April. Now, for my 8 years in office, every single year, by the time we are closing the financial year, we are always owed 3 months. We are 3 months in arrears. For the first time, Waziri, I think there may be a possibility of giving all the disbursements to counties before the end of the financial year. That deserves a round of applause. And Waziri, we believe in you as the devolved units so much, just like Lapfund believes in you. You have taken time as the head of the National Treasury to always meet your people at their point of need. And I think that is something that is really different. That is something that can only define one Waziri that is known as the Honorable John Mbadi Ngonglo. So we appreciate you. Thank you very much. I think I end my address there and turn this over now to my very good friend, the Honorable Johnson Osoi, to now invite the CS. Karibu.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the
DG, thank you very much, Daktari. In the same breath with the Deputy Governor, Waziri, we are very privileged and very proudly associated with your leadership at the helm of the National Treasury and Economic Planning. For the first time, members of Lapfund, I saw a cabinet secretary take office and visit the state corporations under his ministry personally. So paid a courtesy call to our board and many other state corporations under your ministry. I think that is quite different, and we are, as I said, very, very proudly associated. Secondly, on behalf of my board of trustees and the management of Lapfund and all the members of Lapfund, we are very happy to have you here, grace today's AGM, which is the 14th annual general meeting, finding time within your busy schedule to come and be with us. At some point, I was a bit jittery. I didn't think you would make it, knowing how your day looks like. And I know we have even kept you longer than we should have, because I know by 12:30 you were meant to be on your way to some other engagement. With those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, please help me bring the chief guest, the Honorable John Badi, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. Round of applause as you will be on your feet. Thank you, Waziri. Over to you.
Tukae, ketini. Nasema this Kanu mentality has not left us. You really did have to stand. But thank you very much. Chairman, I was wondering whether you brought me to a rally or this is AGM of Lapfund. You know, I haven't forgotten much about ODM rallies, which I still enjoy. I'm still a member of ODM. But having said that, now let us get back to what has brought us here. Chairperson of Lapfund, the Honorable Johnson Osoi, the Deputy Governor of Kisumu County, who is now the Governor for today's occasion, Dr. Matthews Uwili, Lapfund Board of Trustees, Chief Executive Officer of the Fund, members of staff and stakeholders, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I don't know whether also you understood that. It is my pleasure to join you today as the chief guest on the occasion of the 14th Annual General Meeting of the Local Authorities Provident Fund. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to visit Lapfund, as the chairman stated before. I visited Lapfund offices and engaged in meaningful discussions with the board and management, who impressed me with their high level of professionalism, clarity of vision, and dedication to Lapfund's mission. Today, I am even more delighted to learn of Lapfund's continued growth, as evidenced by the remarkable increase in fund value to now well over 66 billion during the year under review. This is no small achievement, and I commend the board management. Maybe we let that aircraft land first. Yeah, so I said that I'm even more delighted to learn of the Lapfund's continued growth, as evidenced by the remarkable increase in fund value to well over 66 billion shillings during the year under review. This is no small achievement, and I commend the board, management, and also the stakeholders for their diligence and stewardship in securing the future of our members. ladies and gentlemen, the inherent right to have one dignity respected finds support in the protection of affordable housing, which is also one of the key pillars of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. I am pleased to note that the fund has aligned itself with this agenda by supporting housing initiatives that directly impact the lives of ordinary Kenyans. The completion and sale of the Makasembo estate right here in Kisumu is such a notable success. And of course, this week, for those who may not know, His Excellency the President, President William Ruto, will lead us, and I want to add, with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, because I know they will come together, will lead us in commissioning this project, where 580 proud homeowners will receive the keys to their new homes. This is what transformation looks like in real terms. It is worth noting that the sale of these housing units realized Kenya shillings 2.2 billion, unlocking value and availing more funds for investments, hence enhancing returns to members who are seated here and others who are not in this meeting. Furthermore, the progress on the Bellevue Residence Park in Nairobi is equally commendable. It is encouraging to see Lapfund invest in projects that offer not only financial returns, but also social impact. I urge the board and the management to continue this trajectory of responsible investment and innovation. And at the National Treasury, I wish to reaffirm our commitment to continued support to Lapfund in execution of its mandate. The pension sector remains a key driver of economic development in Kenya, managing assets worth well over 2.3 trillion shillings. Retirement benefit schemes are critical in availing long-term capital to the government, particularly through investment in government securities, as had been mentioned here before. However, there is an urgent need for schemes to diversify beyond the traditional investment instruments. And I will speak to that because actually I think I got a bit challenged by one of the speakers who said that the interest rates on government paper is going down. I think he was cleverly saying that they have been celebrating when the government is broke. But I'll speak to that as I conclude. The goal is to increase pension coverage from the current 26%, which is still unacceptably low. We must increase the pension coverage in this country. At 26%, we are in future insecure as a nation. We must make sure that we encourage Kenyans who need to save into the pension schemes to secure the future. Sometimes when you get into employment, you actually don't even think about retirement. But I will tell you, as a financial trainer, that your first day in employment, if possible, start planning for your retirement. 60 years may look far off, but I will tell you, some of us are really fighting not to reach 60 as I stand before you here. But that fight may not be successful at all. And so, and not long ago, we never imagined that we would be 60. But today, I am fighting not to reach 50. So let me be clear. Innovation must not come at the expense of regulatory compliance. We do not want to see schemes collapsing because of irresponsible investments. And that is why you are a board of trustees. And from the word trust, you're working on behalf of someone who has bestowed his or her trust on you. And therefore, that trust must be maintained. While we encourage growth and inclusion, safeguarding members' funds remains paramount. And Chairman, I want to challenge you that you must make sure that safeguarding members' funds becomes your primary focus. May I challenge pension schemes to partner with the government, particularly under the public-private partnership arrangements, to invest in infrastructure projects that that will spur economic growth while enhancing returns for members. I'm sure you've heard about PPPs. When you talk about PPP in Kenya, people associate it with Adani. But we can create our local Adanis in the name of pension schemes and insurance funds and other banking institutions, which can get involved in major infrastructural projects which are commercially viable and which then would help us first provide these major infrastructural projects which the government does not have the fiscal space to now implement, and at the same time make money for your members. So there will be double benefit. But again, I want to repeat, it must be responsibly done because the focus should be safeguarding members' contributions and members' funds. Ladies and gentlemen, a major challenge facing public sector pension schemes today is what has been talked about. That is the persistent problem of non-remittance of contributions by sponsors, with county governments being the primary defaulters. This has snowballed into a significant debt portfolio that hampers investment decisions and ultimately affects members' returns. In response, I established a task force early this year to examine the outstanding debts, recommend measures to address the historical liabilities, and ensure such behavior is permanently addressed. I wish to assure you that I am fully committed to implementing the recommendations that will emanate from the process. And actually, we have received a report already. As I intend to bring this matter to a logical close, may I disclose to you that tomorrow, Wednesday, His Excellency the President has called for a meeting where we will meet with him and update him on this matter because he is also very concerned. There is no way that you can deduct people's salaries and you keep it. There is no reason why. There is no law that allows you to detain or retain part of people's salary because the contributions to these schemes is purely part of people's salary, employees' salary, which they have surrendered for their future. And you deduct it and divert it to other use. It is illegal, it is criminal, and it should be punishable. So, even if we are still thinking of how to deal with the arrears, we must bring to a stop the continuing snowballing of these remittances that are not being remitted to the various schemes. So that has caught the attention of the government, and we will deal with it. And I'm sure going forward, we should only be talking about the arrears and not monies that are collected and not remitted, or deducted and not remitted. I must at this juncture stress that bad investment decisions, corruption, and reckless expenditure by trustees and management have no place in the pension sector. Reckless investment decisions, pure theft of public funds, and other expenditure that are not merited have no place, I want to repeat, in the pension sector. These are not factored into the accrual calculations that ensure the sustainability of pension schemes. You know, the sustainability of pension schemes is based on accrual, actuarial calculations. And in that calculation, there is no provision for theft. There is no provision for corruption. There is no provision for reckless expenditure. The moment you get into corruption, you are distorting that equation, the calculation, and therefore that scheme will not be sustainable. I hope I'm clear. And this, I am addressing the trustees here. Therefore, accountability and transparency must be non-negotiable in fund management. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to also emphasize here that the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board undertook the development of a standardized reporting template for public sector pension schemes. I am pleased to note that this important exercise has been concluded, and the draft reporting template, alongside other standards for public sector institutions, is currently undergoing public participation. I want to commend Lapfund for its active engagement in this process, demonstrating leadership and commitment to transparency. I also urge all other sector players to contribute meaningfully to the ongoing consultations. It is through broad and inclusive input that we can establish reporting standards that are both acceptable and effective in enhancing accountability across the pension sector. Finally, the government's role is creation of a conducive policy environment, as it is no surprise that this government continues to champion reforms in the pension sector aimed at promoting a culture of savings and securing the dignity of our citizens in old age. Among the key reforms are tax exemptions for retirement benefits and gratuity payments. These are actually deliberate efforts to encourage long-term saving and eliminate poverty among our senior citizens. I just want to elaborate. I know one of the speakers has already spoken to this, but I will just give you 2 or 3 examples of what we have done as a government in terms of bringing regulatory framework and conducive policy environment for investment in pension sector. Number 1, you have been told that contributions to the pension scheme, we have enhanced tax allowable or tax relief for contribution to pension scheme from 20,000 shillings per month to 30,000 shillings per month. What that simply means is that if you contribute 30,000 shillings to a pension scheme, you are in a sense saving about 9,000 shillings. Because if you earned that money, the government would come for 30% of it, or thereabout. 30% of 30,000 is 9,000. So you would get that money into your pocket, but only 21,000 shillings. If you contribute it to the scheme, it will save you that income tax or pay as you earn, which it would have attracted. But the most important thing is that from December 27, when the tax laws amendment bill was signed into law by the president, and which bill some people were bringing a lot of propaganda that this bill is bad, etc. But I confronted them, and I'm happy that Kenyans supported that. What has it done to you? Now, when you will be retiring, or when you are now exiting this pension scheme, you will get your benefits, pension benefits, without surrendering even a shilling to the government in form of taxes. And that is progressive. That is what a government can do. That is what a responsible government should do. Because we know when you leave work, you need to survive. In fact, those of us in the financial space, we advise that you should be getting at least 75% of your last salary into your pocket, into the retirement. And that, it is the duty of the government to support and guarantee your future. The other bit is that of post-retirement fund also, you have been told. By the way, when you retire, there is something that you really need to think about. That is medical. As your age gets, I don't want to say as you age. How do I put it better so that I don't scare you? As you become senior in age, let me use that. Or as you become advanced. But I think senior is much progressive, let me call it so. As you become senior in age, your body starts refusing to respond as it should. just like the car you drive. So you need to constantly maintain your body by seeking medical attention. And that is the time you don't have a job. And therefore, you need to start planning when you have a job on how you will take care of your health in old age. Zamani, they used to say that our children will take care of us. I don't know how the experience you have. The experience I have is our children are waiting for us to take care of them in old age. Something has happened. Something has changed in the society. So, I have talked about the key reforms, and I'm just winding up. Yeah, I know, Mheshimiwa Robert Duba raised some issues. So there was something that was mentioned, I promised to talk about it, regarding how the interest rates on government bonds, bills, treasury bills, the bonds have been going down, the lower interest rates. Yes, that is true. Like 91-day treasury bill, a year ago was at about 16%. Now it is at 8.5%. The bonds are now trading at around 13, kama ni nyingi sana, 14%, if it is high. Down from 18%. But I want to tell you this. It may look in the short run like you are losing, but in the long run, it is better for our economy. We need lower interest rates for the stability of our economy. I will tell you this, that what you should be concerned about is the real interest rate, or the real interest, or the real return on your investment. If you are getting 18% and inflation is at 9.6%, like it was that time you are getting 18%, the effective return on investment was only 8.4%. Because it is that 18 minus inflation. You need money to buy things. You need money to live. The cost of living is measured in terms of inflation. But now at 14%, if inflation is at 3.5%, your effective return on investment is over 10.5%. So you are still better off, first, with an economy which is properly managed, with a manageable inflation and lower interest rates. Because when interest rates are high and the government takes money from you at that high interest rate, it will force the government to look for money to pay you, and that money will again come from you in form of taxes. And then Gen Zs will come to the streets to riot. And then we will have a collapsed economy. And then we will all, none of us will benefit from such a scenario. So the best thing to do is to manage economy in a way that we have a win-win situation for all of us. My commitment is to manage the budget deficit. Manage budget deficit. It has been going down, but we want to make sure it goes even lower. And this is the strategy. We discovered, it's not even a discovery. We came to appreciate that the government has been over-projecting revenue. That is why, if you look at our revenue estimates that we have submitted to the National Assembly, during the budget review outlook paper of September last year, we are projected to collect ordinary revenue of 3,018 billion. I said that is unrealistic. It has been coming down in terms of projection. Right now, we have 2,757 billion as our projected revenue. That should be the most realistic revenue. And if KRA cannot collect that, then I don't know what KRA can achieve. I am sure they will be able to collect that. And so, and the other non-tax revenue, will give us 560 billion. And what we will get from grants is 46 billion. Our expenditure, we have cut expenditure by about 120 billion. To reduce it to 4,239 billion. And then that will give us a budget deficit of 877 billion, which then we will go to the external financiers to raise 284 billion. And 592, we will come to the local market, domestic market. For you, you can now, so Chairman, don't be worried, you will be having something to invest your money in. 592, but that is way below this year's 618 billion. But still, you will still have where to invest your money. I want to conclude and appreciate, Chairman, that yesterday you launched the strategic plan for 2024-2029. Can we clap for the fund? That is very, very progressive. Now, on bottlenecks regarding your investment decisions, Chairman, we have a date with you. We have a date with the Chairman, we have a date with the CEO, and we have a date, I think your finance person maybe. We will discuss these bottlenecks and see how to go about it. Yeah? Where they should invest, what are the challenges, why is it difficult for the national government not to facilitate you. We don't want to create unnecessary bottlenecks in terms of investment. The second last thing, I think I spoke about outstanding debts. I don't want to repeat again. The second last thing that has been raised by my friend, colleague, Mheshimiwa Robert Duba, was on, just sit, Mheshimiwa, governors coming into office and shifting members from one scheme to the other. I think we may need to come up with a deterrent, maybe a legislative deterrent, so that even if we are not going to be dictatorial and insist that once you get into a scheme, you don't get out, but let it come from you. If you want to leave Lapfund, there is no problem, leave. But let no one force you. Let you not just find that your deductions have been rerouted elsewhere. I think it is unfair, it is not allowable, and more particularly, Lapfund is clearly a parastatal. We are under obligation, and it is under my ministry. I am under obligation to protect Lapfund and to protect members' funds in that scheme. On the issue of CBA, I don't know what, Robert, you really wanted me to say about this. But I think maybe we may need to have a further discussion on this. I will give Rob an appointment to come, sit down with me, and we discuss. Because I cannot give a promise here. You know, once I make a pronouncement, unless there are only two bodies, there are only two people who can overrule me. Once I make a pronouncement on financial matters, it's only the cabinet and the president who can overrule what I say. So I have to be very careful. Otherwise, I can commit the country to an expenditure by just making a pronouncement. So I want to plead with you that you don't push me to make a pronouncement that I am, then tomorrow you start saying, liar, liar. Sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. But I want to wind up by saying we are working very, very closely and very hard to transform this economy and to make it grow at a higher digit. Our projection is that economic growth will be at 5.3%. I know we have some challenges, one of them being the external shocks that may be caused by the pronouncement by the new administration of the US government. But I think now things are settling a bit. Fortunately, there are no major external shocks apart from those, the issues that we had with the tariffs between the US and other big economies like China. The other shock, I think, has been there for a while. That is the war, the Ukraine war, and also the Middle East war. We have just come out of the COVID-19. We have not recovered fully. We had our internal shock as a result of Gen Zs, but I think we are coming out of these shocks. And our economy is likely, in the medium term, to grow at a higher rate, which will then realize more employment opportunities for our people, and the country will remain stable. All the issues that were challenging to this government when they were being implemented, we are progressing towards stabilizing them. One of them is the issue of healthcare under SHA. You know, the interesting thing is these naysayers, when things are working, they keep quiet. When it was not working, they make noise. So today I don't hear them talking a lot about SHA, but we have committed ourselves as a government to support it. Primary healthcare, we have allocated in the budget over 13 billion shillings to implement it. The chronic, emergency and critical illnesses which affect many Kenyans, we have also provided 10 billion shillings in the budget to support that initiative. We will continue improving the healthcare sector. We will continue improving education sector and all other social sectors that are critical for the economic development progress of the country and also the well-being of our people. And with those many, many remarks, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity and the audience. I really wanted to be here, and I am here. All those challenges, I am going to leave immediately to other errands, but I want to tell you, I would have loved to be here up to the end. Thank you very much. God bless you as you continue.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Members, you will allow Waziri to take leave as we move to the next phase of Q&A, questions and answers. I will be seeing him off. Over to you, MC.
Hiya, members, as the minister leaves, can you stand up and we clap for him? Solidarity! Solidarity! Solidarity with Waziri! Solidarity with Mbadi! Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you. Aya. As the chief guest is seen out back to his helicopter, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost coming to an end. We are almost coming to an end. I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, but the next item on our program is very critical. We are heading to the session of Q&A. But just before we roll to the Q&A, allow me to recognize the presence of the County Secretary, Kisumu County Government, Mr. Hesbon Hongo. Karibu sana, karibu sana. You did grace the occasion yesterday and you have made it today. We appreciate you so much. And for the members who arrived late, we had an opportunity in the morning to recognize all our members from the 47 county governments. And just by picking few and talking about our regional offices, members, we have 6 main regional offices. We have the Western Regional Office that is in Kisumu. And I can see Kisumu region is well represented by Kisii, Busia, Vihiga, and Siaya, just to mention a few. Rift Valley office is in Nakuru, and I could see Bomet and Kericho present. Nairobi region, I saw Makueni, Machakos, and Nairobi present. We also have the central region. I did recognize the presence of our members from Embu, Samburu, and Tharaka. Tharaka was even actually headed by the CS. We appreciate you so much. And we have also the northern region. To take us to the Q&A session, I would like to have George, and my colleagues, that is Stephen Asamba, Stephen Katurima, John Musioka, Addison Agal, to be helping by passing the microphone. So we'll take your questions. And the general managers, Lapfund general managers, headed Veronica Owende-Lesea, together with Galm Jaldesa, will be privileged to respond to the questions from members and delegates. I can see Madam Veronica is not in the house, so I'll request General Manager Galm Jaldesa to take note of the questions that shall be coming from the members and delegates and respond. Without wasting much time, ladies and gentlemen, do we have a microphone at the back? I would like to have the one microphone. Shem, go the other side. Okay. I can see Asamba. Asamba, carry up your hands so that members can see you. Then Shem, be in the middle there. And George. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to this session so that we move very faster. Now, the floor is open for questions. George, come closer so that you can be recording.
Hello?
Okay. Let's take the first round of 7 questions. Please kindly mention your name, the county, and your question kindly.
My name is Shem Nyang'au from Nyamira County. I have one question, and okay, let's see 2. You talked about the budget issue, 30 billion, you realized 14 billion, and then 16 billion as a deficit.
Shem, hold, it takes off. Yes, I would like all the members to listen to your question. Let's give the chief guest to take off. Let the sound subside. Thank you. Shem, you can have a go now. Thank you.
I want to say that I'm not good in maths, but the budget issue is not making sense. 30 billion, actual realized 14 billion, not realized 16 billion, which is almost 55%. Why? Number 2, is there any progress on post-retirement medical cover? Where are we? Thank you.
Thank you. That's 2 questions. And you try to balance gender. Okay. Give a lady. So that's a gent who was just asked. Let's a lady ask, then a gent, then a lady. Yeah, so that we balance.
My name's Alice Wafula from Bungoma County. My question is directed to the person in charge of investment. Now, we agree that we need to invest, to put our money somewhere whereby we can benefit. If I retire, will I be able to benefit from investment scheme?
Okay. George, take note of that. A gent next. Next will be a gentleman. There are very many hands somewhere, yeah? Okay. Yes, try to balance the columns. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joseph Kogo. I come from Homa Bay County. I just have one question. As a Lapfund, I would like to hear the support you give towards welfare in terms of death and at what percentage, and even the coverage of that cover under welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a lady? Can we have a lady so that our, yes.
I'm Salome Aluta Odinga from Vihiga County. My first question is about, Madam has asked when she retires, but my concern is, I am a member of Lapfund. What about the investments? As members, are we getting something from the investments, or we are being given exactly what we saved? And also, what about the, after filling the forms to get the benefits, what are you going to do so that you can be independent, not to base on the forms to be signed by the county governments so as to give us our money? Thank you.
Okay, I'm Teresa Nyamohanga, Migori County Assembly. There's a problem of non-remittance. There are people who are going soon to quit the service. Their monies are not being remitted. What plans do you have so that when they quit the service, they get their monies? Because the employer is failing. Most of the time they don't remit, yet that is part of the salary. What plan do you have to recover the money so that when we quit the service, we don't fail to get our monies back?
Okay, let's have 3 more questions so that we shall have hit a mark of 10. Okay.
Thank you.
That row, yes. Who goes first? There are 2.
Thank you.
I can see. Okay.
My
Let the
name-
gentleman here goes first, then you take it over. Okay. Let me
My
go
name,
first.
my name's Ben Oyugi. I'm a member of Lapfund, and I'm also the treasurer of Kisumu County. My question goes to maybe the board or the CEO. I can see that we as workers, we are underrepresented in the board. Is there a possibility that you people can add us, maybe with representation?
Ben, that is noted.
Thank you. Charles Sikuta from Bungoma County. I have only 2 questions. The first one is, what are you doing to ensure statements are available to members annually without a strain, like in fact, to caution on what is happening in terms of non-remittances? Number 2, issue on individual mortgages, as promised by Lapfund. What have you done about it? Because we are not seeing it happening. Asante.
Thank you. George, I think, okay. Can we respond? Okay, let me take only 2 more. 1 here and the last one from a lady there.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Samuel Mutie from Taita Taveta County.
Yes, yes.
My question is, now that we have some delays in what has been deducted being remitted, what happens if my term comes to an end? Can I get what you have already received as I wait for the rest to be remitted, or do I have to wait up to when everything has been remitted to you? Thank you.
Thank you. Then our member there, I want you to ask the questions. Uliza.
Okay,
on
thank
one
you.
go.
My name is Miriam Okoma. I'm representing KMPDU, South Rift Branch.
Okay.
Questions, I have 2 questions. The first question is, now that we have an issue with non-remittance, And our members tend to lose money every time the county does not remit money to the fund. Is the fund looking at taking legal action so that you can probably sue with interest so that our members don't lose towards the end? So regardless whether they remit or not, when you come to retiring, you still get benefits. The second question is, I'm curious to know why Lap Trust is still renting, yet your Lap Fund is still renting, yet we are building residentials.
Okay, noted. Ladies and gentlemen, George, come closer. We have a total of almost 15 questions. The last one is on renting. Come forward. Reread the questions for the management so that our general managers, Madam Veronica Wendelese and Galm Jaldesa, to respond to the questions. So, George, reread the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken.
Yeah. So that Galm will pick the ones he responds to, and Vero pick the ones they respond to. I would like them to share the questions among the two of them, between the two of them, I mean.
Okay, we have got about 13 questions that members have raised. I want to suggest that so as to avoid repetition, we deal with the related questions together. The first question was from Mr. Shem Yangau, the Director Human Resource of Health for Nyamira, and he asked that according to our budget projections, we had anticipated to raise 30 billion, but we only realized 14 billion. Meaning what was not realized is 16 billion. Is there any explanation for this?
Okay, I think I can take that from the Office of the Auditor General. There was a significant amount that was not realized, as the member has noted, but the main contribution came from interest on receivables. The fund had budgeted to collect 21 billion, but it collected 9.5 billion. And I think this is money that was anticipated from what has not been received. There was supposed to be a charge on that money. So that money was not received, and I think that is what actually is contributing to that underperformance. If you look at that underperformance, only amount to 12 billion shillings that was not received. So I think it's an issue of budgeting. Management might have over-budgeted on interest on receivables from members, from the amount that were due. So that is basically what contributed to that underperformance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Shem, as rightly been put, the interest emanated from unrealized. The variance emanated from unrealized collections from interest of on unreceived contributions. Again, Shem asked, is there any progress on our post-retirement medical fund? I'll throw this to our chief managers.
Thank you, George, and thank you for the question. The post-retirement medical fund is the preserve of the employer. So the regulation, the Retirement Benefits Authority, they are here. I think the regulation as set out by RBA, that retirement scheme, post-medical retirement scheme is to be established by employers, not the schemes. I think that's the correct position now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, our chief manager.
The third question, and I'll lump it together with the question number 5, is there is one member who asked, if I retire, will I be able to benefit from the investments? And closely related to that is question number 5, where a member asked, and the question I want to paraphrase it, how are members benefiting from the investment? So one is regarding a member who is retiring, and the other one is regarding current members. How are they benefiting from our investments?
Good afternoon again, members. So I'll answer the two questions together. One, let me start with the current members. How are they benefiting? The investments that we are doing are your money that is being invested. And it is from those investments that we earn interest, faida, kwa Waislamu ambao hawataki kusikia the word interest. We earn profits, and those profits, we plow them back into your statements annually. So any investment we do, whether it is property, whether it is government bonds, whether it is treasury bills, all of it is investment. And the return that we realize is plowed back into your statements annually. Tukija AGM, we have shown you how we are doing financially. When you get your statement, you always see an interest that has been posted. So that is how the current members benefit from our investments. At the same time, if it is the investment in property, you are all welcome to purchase so that you own homes. You know the way we say, buy Kenya, build Kenya. Now as members, you should be buying Lapfund, building Lapfund, your own scheme. So you're all invited to be partakers of our projects. For those who have retired, over the tenure of your membership, you've been earning that interest annually, and it is posted on your statements. So when you retire and you withdraw your money, then the benefit stops there. But if you retire and you decide to defer your retirement, you decide to defer the date that you come for your money, that money will continue earning the interest through the same investments. But if you had purchased a house, for example, you had purchased a unit and you retire, then you continue to enjoy being in that unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chief. I think question number 4, I'll again throw it back to our Chief Manager. What are your death benefits? In the event of death of a member, what are the benefits that the beneficiaries get?
The death benefits. Unasema GM lakini ingine nataka kurushia Rahab, but I'll answer. So we have a group life assurance cover for our members. So we cover our members, especially those who are on PNP, on a group life assurance cover. And if a member passes on, we pay a group life amount. We pay a death benefit, that is the last expense which is paid immediately to help in the burial arrangements. And finally, sorry? Oh, you want to know the amounts? Ah. 150. For the funeral grant, it is 150,000. That is paid immediately to cover funeral expenses. For the group life cover, it is half times your annual salary, 50% of your annual salary. So if you're earning 100,000, your annual salary is 1.2 million, isn't it? So you'd get 600,000. Is that clear? At the same time, we also release your retirement benefits to your nominated beneficiaries. So there are 3 things that are paid upon the death of a member. Thank you.
I think that is well articulated by our chief.
Question number 6. Why is it necessary for the employer to sign my claim form? If I want my retirement or any benefit, why shouldn't I just approach Lapfund for the claim without necessarily waiting for the employer to sign my form?
Lapfund is an occupational retirement benefit scheme. You join Lapfund by virtue of being an employee of the county governments. So therefore, the contributions are your own contributions, and there is also the contributions of the employer. So for an occupational scheme, the employer is the sponsor, and therefore when you leave, we need to confirm, first of all, that you have left. Otherwise, we can get fraudulent claims. Somebody can decide today I'm walking to Lapfund because I have a school fees problem, claim that I have retired, and I access my money. So it is a safeguard to ensure that being an occupational scheme, the employees who come for their benefits have actually either retired or they have left employment. Because the law is very tight on how to access your retirement benefits at the right time.
Thank you, Madam Chief. There are 3 questions relating to unremitted contributions, and that is question number 7, number 11, and number 12. So I'll start with question number 7. What are you doing about unremitted contributions as Lapfund? And closely related to that, and this came from our leader from KMPDU, she asked whether there is any legal redress we are seeking over unremitted contributions. And then finally, and that is question number 11, the member asked, what happens if I'm retiring and there are unremitted contributions? So there are 3 related questions. What are we doing about unremitted contributions? And it is closely related to whether we have any legal redress.
Thank you, George. About the unremitted contribution, I think the CS has answered that question very well. Because the historical ones, there is a task force which he has received the report which they are discussing at the highest level tomorrow, he has said so. So I think what we are doing about it is already we are addressing with the ministry, and the minister has really ably answered that question. And that is not only the historical, I think it is going to also be a deterrent for the future. Other things I think are related to the same is unremitted contribution attracts penalty by law. So even if you fail to remit, it's not that they are off the hook. We levy penalties to late contributions. That's another thing we are doing about it. And the issue of legal redress also, I think the chairman has said, we have taken a few of the notorious sponsors, people who have really refused to pay for very many years. So we have even gone to court. There are court processes also to do recoveries. So that's what we are doing about it.
Another question is, what happens if a member is retiring and there are unremitted contributions?
How do you treat? I want to throw to the...
Niwaulize swali. Sisi wote tunakula ugali, sio? Na tunaweka wapi mahindi ya kusiaga unga? Kwa mchanga? Kwa gala ama store. Si ndio? Sasa ukitaka kula ugali na uende kwa ile store yako kutoa mahindi ya kusiaga unga, upate ulimaliza jana, utalala njaa, si ndio? Ndio maana tunalilia mkubwa, umesikia na amejibu. Tumekuwa tukimsumbua, ndio maana he even formed the task force that he has talked about that has looked at these issues. Because if you leave and your money has not been remitted, hatuwezi kukupatia mkono mtupu. But what we do is that we continue to pursue, and whenever the money is paid, we have our records very well kept. We pay at that point. And it is very unfortunate because members lose a lot of interest over the years. Yes, we seek the money plus penalties, and when it comes plus the penalties, we post it to the members' accounts as well. We don't let our members go empty-handed. It is a thorny issue, na nyinyi especially the union leaders. Daktari Ms. Ciala, wakati mnakutana na hawa our employers, mnawaambia tunataka pesa yetu ipelekwe kwa schemes. Msipiganie CBA peke yake, piganieni pia unremitted contributions. Asante.
Thank you, Madam Chief. I think that is well articulated. In the event of unremitted contributions, of course, we will pay what has been received, and under principle of full disclosure, we will disclose to you the months that have not been received, and once we receive the same, just like the Chief has pointed out, you will be posted to into your account. Okay, another question is, and this came from Mr. Benjamin, though I'm not seeing him. He asked if there is a possibility of Lapfund increasing the number of representatives, employee representatives in the Board of Trustees. Hello? Is there a possibility of Lapfund to add representation? Yes, of the, I don't know whether it was specific about county government employees or.
It doesn't matter.
Yes.
The truth is that for now, the board is appointed by the CS. Alikuwa hapa, I wish tungeuliza hiyo swali CS akiwa hapa. As Lapfund, we have guided on the representation. The Retirement Benefits Authority, is my friend still here? Yes. They are very clear on how occupational schemes should be balanced in terms of members' representation and employers' representation. So all that we normally guide as we seek for appointment. But we are living in a political environment, so sometimes we will be sent a board that does not really follow that formula. But one thing we have been able to hold firm over years is that the two major unions are represented, and we believe they represent the members. We would not mind KMPDU joining, for example, because they are coming out very strongly also as stakeholders and as members. The sponsors, the county public service boards, should at least have some representation. We look forward to when we will be able to implement the county government's retirement scheme, because for that one, the membership of the board is anchored within the Act. It is law. So when we finally are able to cross over to that scheme, then we are sure that this problem will be sorted.
Thank you, Madam Chief. Question number 9. What will you do to ensure statements are available to members annually?
We have ensured they are available, even daily, because now we are on the portal. Technology has kicked in. You just need to register on our portal, and if you wish, you can view your statements on a daily basis.
Thank you. Lapfund members can always view their balances, even by dialing *632#. Another question, number 10, is under individual mortgages. How is Lapfund helping their members to secure individual mortgage?
There's a provision under the Retirement Benefits Act that the regulations, occupational regulations that allow members to use up to 60% of their kitty as a second collateral to get an individual mortgage. What that means is that if you come to Lapfund and you say you want to buy house X, we will give you a letter that is guaranteeing you up to 60% of your benefits to act as a collateral. But in case you're not able to pay that house, what happens? The first charge is the house itself. So if the mortgage is from a bank or any other financial institution, watauza ile nyumba yako kwanza. If in case the proceeds from selling your house are not able to recover the full amount that you borrowed, it is the only time that they can come for the 60% of your account. We are not yet in a glut in Kenya in terms of property, so it's unlikely that nyumba inaweza uzwa and not recover what you bought it at or what you built it at. So for now, so far, nobody's amount has been attached because of a mortgage.
Thank you, Madam Chief. The question number 13, and that was our final question, is why is Lapfund renting offices yet you are building rentals?
Yes, no. I want to go near the group that is saying yes, yes, yes. Wako wapi? Aya, wacha nije. It is called prudent financial decisions. You have 10 shillings today, you decide to go and buy a bottle of soda or to take water today, invest the money, get money for soda tomorrow, and more to reinvest. So if we build our own apartment, our own block for offices, we become consumers. And then the money goes into our stomachs. Now, what we are doing in developing, we are able to get money to reinvest back for the members and at the same time to pay our rent. We have plans, that in the future we will build our own what do you call it, an office. But for now, it is not the priority. We have done our mathematics and we are getting more by building houses for sale because that allows us, first of all, to utilize the land that we have for members, and then tomorrow we can build the most beautiful offices and occupy. Remember also that we have offices across the country and we cannot build an office block everywhere across the country.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chief.
I have the last question here.
Yes,
we are talking about a member of Lapfund. What happens when this member is having a critical illness condition? Amekuwa critically incapacitated. Inakuwa nini? What are the benefits that he or she and a benefit from being a member of Lapfund?
Our group life cover has a cover for critical illness as well.
Is it working?
On the figures, I will ask Madam Rahab to give us the exact figures kindly.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's working. And it's 30% of your annual pay. And it's working. We've paid a number of people. But for you to benefit, your doctor, you have critical and cannot work. And then we need to have the first diagnosis. So first, once you're the first diagnosis, to communicate so that we have that information and tell the insurance.
Maybe magonjwa kama gani yani ndio tujue.
Magonjwa yipi?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. these are the diseases that are covered under critical illness cover. 1 is cancer, 2 is paraplegia, 3 is coronary artery bypass surgery, 4 is major organ transplant, 5 is heart attack or heart failure. Now, I just want to clarify, because it is equally a very thorny issue, that the threshold for paying the critical illness cover lies with the medical report. So that if, for example, the insurers look at the medical report and it falls outside the elements that I've stated, then we are not able to pay the member. But I want to confirm that the critical illness cover is okay and it is working. Thank you. Yes, my chief has just reminded me, and Bra pointed out, that it has to be upon first diagnosis. And apart from that, we must also get that report within 6 months from the date of diagnosis. Thank you. I want to...
Okay, one question. Question
Yes.
about the death benefits. I'm asking, you stated about the group life of 50% of annual salary and retirement benefits and the last expense of 150K. I'm asking, how long does it take to pay those two benefits? Because there is one member we have in the county and has not received, their beneficiaries have not received those two. That is around 17 months since the death of the beneficiary. I'm Samuel from Vihiga.
Okay, we agree with your sentiment, but I want to plead that specific cases, we address them specifically, because they are unique cases. I cover the region of Vihiga, and I'm well versed with that case. So probably after this, kindly just see me so that we talk about it. Thank you. Ken, back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Eric Nasoho from Bungoma. I've been working in a company called Nzoia Water before it transitioned to Bungoma Water and Storage Company. From 2017 to date, no remittance. As members, we entrust Lapfund maybe to collect the retirement benefits on behalf of employees. What are you doing from 2017 up to today? When you see the statement, or are caps all through? CEO, kindly.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I want to say that the issue of Boasco, formerly Nzoasco, has been a thorn in the flesh. But I believe you'll agree with us that we have endeavored to try our best in terms of issuing even demand letters. As we speak, we've done a comprehensive reconciliation with the management of the water company. We have brought the matter to the attention of the county government, and I believe it's something that's going to be resolved. Thank you. Stephen, I think that is the last one we are having, because we want to continue with this discussion online.
Okay.
Kindly.
I'm Hazel Asiko from Vihiga County. I just wanted to ask, for those who are working in national government and transfer their services to counties, are they able to get their benefits that were being collected in the national government to be transferred to Lapfund? Is it possible? Thank you.
Hazel, when did you transfer? The reason I'm asking you that question is, if you were in the national government before PSSF was formed, before you became a contributor, then there was no kitty. The system that the national government was running is called as a pay-as-you-go. They used a formula to determine how much is your retirement benefits, and it was paid at retirement or after you have, I think, worked like 40 years. So if you were in that arrangement, then there is no kitty. Okay, you just proceed with what now you have, which is contributory. But if it was after PSSF, yes, then there is a kitty that can be transferred.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Baada ya kusukuma sana, najua I'm a unionist. I represent Kunopet. I'm the organizing secretary. So, asante kwa kunipatia nafasi. As Vihiga teachers, ECD teachers, they were on contract for 3 years. Thereafter, they were converted to PNP. And the first letter was stipulating that after the terms of 3 years, they were to be paid their gratuity money. Up to now, they filled the claim forms and nothing has happened. So it was their pleasure to ask through this forum, what is the way forward? Thank you.
You kindly take that.
Okay, thank you very much, Katibu. The issue regarding the gratuity benefits for ECD teachers of Vihiga is squarely with the employer. Because I'm aware that the teachers filled their forms, their claim forms, but there were some areas that the employer wanted to provide for. However, the same has delayed, and I'm equally aware that if the matter is even in court. But my advice would be that I would still refer you back to the employer. Remember, gratuity is a service payment. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think it has been a long session. For any pending questions, kindly mail us at info. Our email address is info@lapfund.or.ke. You don't need to cram it. The moment you type the word Lapfund on your browser, it will definitely lead you into where you get the contacts and get the information, and you can drop questions. Just to build on what my general manager said, Madam Veronica, to respond to Azel. Azel, what is, from the situation, I think you came to the county government and you are being deducted. And what happened, let me take you the scenario. When you transferred services to the county and you came from the national government, there are some of you who opted to join the county government arrangement like Lapfund, and they were being deducted 12 and 15%. But some did not join immediately. So when the government rolled out the PSSF in January 2021, they went searching even for those they had devolved to the county governments. So when they realized in the system you already joined the county government arrangement, then you are not deducted. But your colleagues who are still hanging and were not in county government arrangement and came from the national government in January 2021, and they were 44 years and below, automatically they were deducted 2.5% of their basic salary, and the employer contributed 15. Come January 2020, stabilized at 7.5. Now, you might have qualified for pension for the number of, when you finish the probation, you might have worked for more than 10 years or more than 3 years, and you qualified for pension in the national government civil scheme. That was non-contributory. For the years you served before you were devolved, it is not lost. It will be provided for you from this scheme. They calculate it and sit there. So on separation from employment, you'll get what you had accrued there. And now what is in Lapfund and advise yourselves. And George is available in Viga, and he will be actually responding to all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sitting all this long. We have come to the end of this 14th AGM of Lapfund. We would like to proceed after this for lunch. And before we break for lunch, I would like to invite one of our member and former trustee, who also happened to be the commissioner with the County Public Service Board of Taita Taveta, Madam Valentine Mwanyasia Kiriga, to close with us with a word of prayer. We pray for both lunch and January. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milewa. Members, kwa kumheshimu Mungu naomba tusimame. Tufunge macho, tushukuru. Baba, katika jina la Yesu, tunakushukuru mchana wa leo. Asante Bwana kwa kuwa umekuwa mwema. Umetutoa kila mahali tulipotoka kwa ajili ya mkutano huu. Bwana ukatuleta hata Bwana tukapata kufika. Tunakushukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya mkutano huu, kwa kule Bwana kuufanikisha kwa hali ya kiajabu. Asante Bwana kwa sababu ya pension scheme hii. Ni wewe Bwana uliyeajalia serikali yetu kuweza Bwana kuwa na maono kama haya, ili Bwana unapotujalia umri wa kuweza kufanya kazi hata tufikie kwenda nyumbani tusipate matatizo. Asante Bwana kwa mikakati yote ambayo serikali yetu kuu kupitia kwa CS Treasury wanaweka kwa sababu ya kuweza kusaidia pension scheme hii kwenda mbele. Tunakushukuru Bwana kwa the board chair na board members. We have the CEO, secretariat na members wote wa scheme hii. Tunakushukuru Bwana kwa ile hekima uliyowapatia viongozi wa fandi hii, ili Bwana kuweza kupata mafanikio ambayo Bwana tumeyaona katika mwaka huu ambao tunaufikisha mwisho. Tunaomba Bwana uzidi kuwahekimisha, ili Bwana shirika hili lizidi kuendelea mbele kwa ajili ya mafanikio ya members. Tunakushukuru Bwana, tukiamini Bwana utawapatia afya njema, hekima yako na kila lolote ambalo Bwana wanahitaji ili kusongeza skimu hii mbele. Bwana ukawajalie, maana ni wewe Mungu uliowapatia jukumu hilo kwa sababu yetu sisi members. Tunakushukuru Bwana kwa kutuleta. Asante Bwana kwa maono walio nayo, wamechora mchoro wao penye wanataka kupeleka shirika hii. Katika yale maono yao Mungu wafanikishe. Tunakushukuru Bwana kwa members. Asante Bwana kwa afya njema ambayo umetupa. Na Bwana tunapoondoka hapa, tunaomba Bwana ukatujalie safari za amani sote tuliokuwa katika mkutano huu. Na Bwana tufikapo manyumbani mwetu tutakushukuru. Asante Bwana hata kwa kile ambacho umetupa kwa ajili ya kula, kwa ajili ya kupata nguvu kwa mwili. Tunaomba Bwana ukibarikishe tunapokila kikatufae. Tunakushukuru Bwana maana umekuwa mwema. Na Bwana tunashukuru kwa uaminifu wako, tukiamini ya kwamba Bwana wewe uishie milele, utatutangulia katika yote. Tumeomba hayo tukiamini kwako mwana wa Mungu, wewe Bwana ambaye tukuombaye na unasikia. Ni katika jina la Yesu tumeomba na kuamini. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you members.
Thank you. Thank you. Delegates and members, you are free to leave at your pleasure. The meal cards just at the same tent on your right as you walk out. Kindly pick your meal card and proceed to the guest room where we will be served. Enjoy your meal and safe journey back home. DJ, utupe ngoma ya kufunga. Thank you.
Nisho di baba mana kwanso DK when you been. Yeah, I'm going now. Talking about oh Father God, go on, you know.
Lapfund